does it go? How does it go, guys? Do my I have been playing around with some of the time manager day and night cycles, some procedural gen, playing with some different visual effects. I need to make the grass a triplanar shader. I think I actually have a triplanar shader already, so that's good. Oh yeah, look at that. Sweet. And the ground tiles. They need to not do what they're doing. Forest ground. Forest ground. Should do it. I you know, I just try to spice up the look a little. We'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed this looks gorgeous. We'll see. Oh man, that's awesome. Oh wait. I gotta regen the map. That's right. That's right. Because I applied it to the level that is out there is oops, I should just shut up. Holy shit. I need to add more bushes. They're not getting hot. They're underground. They're way too tiny. Oh shit, I'm still doing figure that out later. So the mushrooms are good. Mushrooms spawn right. The grass spawns right. There's a bunch of rocks. Floating rocks now. It's always getting set to 2. Let's just do this. All right. Sorry, I'm zoned out here. So this is my local map generation that I've built by hand. It's obviously your assets need tweaking. Well, depending on the pivot and several, your assets may or may not show up. So I'm gonna look for moss. Way too high. So zero that guy out. I'm going to introduce a triplanar shader to the cubes. And then I will, whatchamacallit, cubes, shadow caster off. Oh. Why are the leaves not casting shadows? They can receive them. It must be the geometry that's affecting it. Maybe. Well, poop. Anyways, these aren't final assets. I'm not going to tweak too much, but I was really hoping the trees would cast better shadows. Why is that? Let me open this guy up in Blender. Delete. Birch. God, I haven't used Blender in a while. Shading. Come on, come on, come on. Must be an intense tree. I shouldn't be dicking with graphics or visuals right now. It should all be functionality testing, but well, I'm testing the procedural map gen. And this is my first time rolling a procedural map gen. Yep. Single image, flat, linear. I am so flat, linear, straight alpha, color space. It has been a while since I've done Blender. Let's see if I can figure out why. So normal, flat, repeat. Single image. Why would this be? It's got to be because they're not. This is a birch tree one. Is that what I got? Birch tree one. What's the render key? It's like 11. Render image. And let's see if Gemini knows why. I just want one good shot with all the shadows popping off, but the trees are not cast in the shadows like I would hope. Alright, I need that already. Can I, you guys, alright, yeah, my volume's playing. Good. Gemini. So pissed. I wish it was working. What am I looking for? Man, if I could get it looking like that, it would be insane. It would be amazing. What am I doing wrong? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do bush. It's very bush. No. Because I don't have that's tiny. So it's raspberry, raspberry, raspberry. This is going to be interesting. No, I can't do that. Never mind. Patch. I really wish it would let me. Well, I need to talk more. Oh, Control Z. That's stupid. Whatever. I don't want that ever again. Raspberries. Oh, one. I need a tool that will like loop through and manipulate all of them. One, that's probably what's the problem. All these have got really tiny scales. Got tiny scales, boys. And I need it to snap to the tile that it's getting spawned on, so I can worry less about the positioning of the offset. Let's see if that did any better. I see a rock. I see a rock. I see a bush. Crossfire bush. it spicier. Now again, I haven't got to where it optimizes after spawning everybody, but I will. That's looking muy bueno. Probably too much, but we're getting the different trees. More trees that are different. What was that guy? That is a pine 3. Pine 3. Pine 0. I don't see. Tree's too thick. I'm gonna make that automatically find my shits. Alright, now it's just getting out of hand. Alright, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a bind. I'm going to create an asset maker. Bind set details. Wait, we shouldn't. Okay, no, it's a different thing. Because this is all. So two things I want to do. And this is to save me time and wrist pain. Create an editor script that will allow me to point input a folder in my project, my assets folder. Scan all the models in the folder detail set from them. It will let me specify default values based off keywords. So keyword tree, make it an array. I can add keyword and then for now, don't worry about that. Specify the default values. We'll just go with that. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how you save a shitload of time. Editor scripts. You know, you script the editor, you add scripts, F scripts. Boom. They don't call me Jazzy Jazz for jazzy reasons. They don't call me that at all. Not at all, sadly. Okay, my hand's killing me. Gotta stop using it. Back to lefty. If I take my hand off my head, someone slap me. Oh, sweet. No. Whatever. We'll see. Oh, yeah, let me find that. The biome editor, or enum. Detail. You're bound to use set scripts as a bug file for the editor to compile. It needs to know what boundary it is. Here is the enum. Fix it to leverage it. You would think it would have made that connection. Sign source folder. The sign source folder is not folder. Okay. Handle target scripted logic. No target set is provided. Ask the user if they want to create one. Let's see if this works. Tools, biome, populator. So we go to the editor scripts. Let's ask them Control Shift A, Control Shift V, done. CS. Let's see how this do. Temperate forest. Create new biome detail set. I don't know what the hell that was. Oh, I clicked the button behind it. Temp forest details. Drag in the folder that I want. Let's do this to 3. Hmm. Turn 18. I made it 118. Asterisk.fbx. It might be. Yeah, 118. I've seen what. So now we're going to go to our local NatGen. Preset. This is about to be crazy. And nothing spawned. Check. 001. I did it. Let's take it back to 0. Tab. Map vegetation XY. Oh shit, that's ice sheet, tempered forest. That's why. Watch, this is gonna crash my computer. All right, let's see what we got. What we got here? Way too thick. I'm trying to get down in there. Yeah, we got to clear. So these artist comics I don't want. So I gotta figure out how to spawn those. Move them up. I need to know the fertility of the map. And we want prefab. What can we make it intelligently? Let's do this actually. So density 0.01 on everybody. That 2 is honestly too high. It's more performance. Thick as fuck. Oh man, once I figure this out, it's gonna look gorgeous. It is going to look amazing. So I'm going to make it intelligently kind of be like, okay, if you're a tree, let's divvy up the love. This is getting it's going to be really nice looking. Find detail objects, values based off detail categories. See the list of meshes or models. Its models I provided. Come up with category list. Density, etc. is something that won't overload the map. See how dense it is. Populator intelligently set objects properties. Alrighty. We're close, we're close. And I can just drop this down even further, so like 0.001. Indicate. I actually should make this ranges. That would probably be much better. Based off the rules, name for you to identify in UI. Keywords, list keywords to search in the prefabs file name. A unique set of detailed values for the category. For example, a rule for large trees would have keywords like tree and be configured with low density and a high minimum requirement. A rule for ground cover would have keywords like grass, clover, fern, and be set for a much higher density. Now more advanced, allowing you to manage a list of categorization rules. Okay. So one, I want to save what I got. Well, what do I actually want? Let's check in. Because in case I don't like this change, sorry. I will forest assets, debug menu, weather, level June. Alright, just for now, commit that. I can always go back, I guess. UI fold out state. Spawning rules. So I can get this right, and it like nails the density of each mesh or each biome detail, it'll speed up. Because imagine popping 100 of those, tweaking all the numbers, the rotations, the scales, and then finding it when it looks good. And yeah, instead just be able to do it right auto magically. So tempered forest, temp forest, source folder, bushes, rocks, ground cover, mushrooms, default. Let's hope this works well, because I will just fucking be able to blast through different biomes. And what's cool is I can create variations of the tempered biomes. So I could have like special biomes that spawn different things, or have it's like a rare biome, and you can it's a rare temperate forest biome. So like pick from all the temperate forest variations, so you don't constantly see the same thing. And like maybe I don't know, like a certain ones will have special items that are outside of vegetation, and like props, forest props. It'll have like a shrine or something. All right, perfect. Did it actually spawn anything? Branch blackberry. My hand is sensitive right now. I need to chill on it. The ground cover and the grass. Too many details. I think I need to introduce like max number. Is there any trees? No trees. Well, that's to be expected in this damn, day and age. Everyone's a critic. I was getting grass. Too much grass. So if we think about it, calculator, so 100 times 100, because the levels are 100 by 100. That's 10,000 tiles? I guess so. And then it spawned 30, 382, 300,081. That's way too much shit. This is the density of everything. Hello. $22,000. That's much better. But what is everything? Things in the ground. Didn't mean to get stuck on procedural gen, but here we are. Here we are. Much better. It's an unholy mess, but it's much better. Man, this is gonna rock once I nail it. Okay. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. Add a button to dump or copy all the what are they called? Category roles to the clipboard so I can share it with you. So this is a handy tool. So like here on the map generator here, I can share all the configuration settings and print it to the console, so I can look at it in an easy glance, and I can save it off and compare it to other runs quickly. And then now I'm gonna have it dump this one here. Let's do this. Dump all this stuff, and then eventually we'll get it to where. Oh god, it just looks so good. It's too thick. Everything too thick. So actually, let's just do this. Point. Point 1. Point 2. 3. 4. P. Trees. And it's starting to look good though, ain't it? Ain't it? Come on now, tell me. I mean, it's a hot mess, but it's getting there. So this section, and I need to get more elevation from the world gen, because the world gen makes generates all the noise, the Perlin noise and the datas, and then that's why the land doesn't change when I regenerate the local map, because it's set by the planet's generation. So you have continuity between each chunk of the planet you visit, because you're only gonna go load in one chunk at a time, like Rimworld. Oh, I hate bots. Follow this. Cold broccoli? No, thank you. Okay, so I also want a button to tally up all the things that respond and how many counts. Add a button to tally up how many of each detail object was spawned, so I can share. Um, So this will give me a lot better info about what happened, and then I can tune in from there. I mean, it's starting to get there. I just gotta get the trees back. I might go away from the blocky thing and go back to mesh that is affected by the Perla noise. No, no. Blocky. It is. Block, block. First, we'll update the prefab generator script so that it keeps count of every detail it spawns. Then I'll add a button to that. Zero biome details. Oh wait, I didn't populate the thing. 9,000. Total unique items 82. And then now I'm going to copy out the rules. And this is how you fucking become an AI power user. Well, in Unity, I don't know, man. It's like, one, that data is helpful for me. I can look at it and be like, okay, well, I need to dial back this guy or this guy or this guy. But the trees still aren't popping. I need to figure out why. Hopefully it tallied. No tree spawn is the most significant. Your large trees require rule. Too much ground cover. Unbalanced densities or pressures. Strange offsets and scale. And this is how you do it. Friday night. Or it's Sunday night. How's everybody out there doing? Y'all having a good night, getting ready for the work week? Did he include a default? Yes, he did. We need to close this tab and open. So tempered forest, forest details. Zero this guy out. Work smarter, not harder, they say. I'm not gonna look. One, I think all of them need a Y of one, which I think basically this shouldn't. I shouldn't have to adjust the Y's. Way too many objects now. This is the default should, well, in the map generator, Y should be the default, and or one should be the default, and your offset should adjust that one. So because I think it sets it to 0, it sets at the bottom. And I think I need to set a max spawn limit for each prefab, maybe. Yeah. Okay, it spawned too much. So what we're going to do is we're going to tally up our numbers. Let's see what we got. 7,000 stinging needles, 7,000 clovers. So pretty much like every space. So I don't like that. And we got some trees finally, but not very many. Not very many at all. And it already knows this, so I'll have it adjust. And I do think there should be, so again, if the largest map size is going to be for a local map, because you got your planet procedural gen, which affects local map, but the local maps will be 100 by 100s maps. I think that'll be the default. And this is all because I'm too lazy. Again, for like 108 prefabs, adjusting all the details on them and shit, it's gonna be rough. I bet you set them all back down to 1 or 0. I'll have to fix that. Tempered forest. Tempe boy. Mishies. Mish. Yep. Need to make sure I keep that. Again, I need to go actually just change the code again because I think it's always spawning stuff on 0 instead of 1, which puts it into the ground. Shouldn't have to do this. Let's reset our biome details. Populate from folder. Clear the map. Next thing I want to do, okay, that might be looking much better. How many objects was it? 13,900. It's much better. We got some trees. Okay. So another thing I want to do is capture the fertility data of the fertility and the vegetation information of this map section, because maybe, and then I can kind of find the expected ranges for those, because right now there's no clamping here, so the min fertility and the min vegetation, I don't know what the average ranges are on this. So we're going to populate, clear, generate. 13,000. No, we're getting close. We're getting close. So I want to add, I'm going to add a button to extract the fertility, do some calculations on the map fertility and the vegetation so I can know what is an acceptable range. And then on the inspector, I'm going to clamp those values. So it's a lot harder to make mistakes. So let's go ahead and tally up everything. Still getting nothing for trees. 800 rocks. A lot of raspberry bushes. Blackbird, robin, worm, crested tit. I don't know if we should be spawning birds. I might get the birds out of there. There's no reason to be spawning birds. Unless those birds are actually, I mean, I could make them to where, like particle effect spawn, for like leaves or birds who can fly around. Yeah, I could do something like that. We could do something like that. Ferns, mushrooms, young pine. 13,000. So let's create a button to get the maps fertility and vegetation. Hurt. Ranges we're dealing with. I really did not mean to work on map gen, but I know I'm having a good time. I'm having fun. That's all that's the matter. That is all that matters. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I'm going to drop my link tree. You guys can hop in my Discord where you follow me on the different socials. I'd really appreciate any follows and likes you guys can drop me. Subscribe, all that jazz. Jazzy jazz. Of course, getting a clear statistical dump of the map's properties is the best way to fine-tune your rules. I'll add a new button to your debugger window that analyzes the most recently generated maps and copies its vegetation and fertility stats to the clipboard. You'll need to make a small change to the map test generator. Analyze map data and copy. No map data, please generate map first. Clear, generate, copy. Let's see what we got. Vegetation range 0.0242 to 0.3804, average of 1619. Fertility range is from 0.0908 to 0.6175. Okay, that is good information. And I don't think I need to tally up again, but we'll do it. We'll do it. Now dump the number of spawns. And again, I do want to increase, I want to add a spawn limit, like each biome detail, like it won't, well, no. I don't know. We'll see. We're close. Once we get the ground coverage and the bushes and some of those over spawned items and the trees going good, I'll do the triplanar shader for the ground blocks. Actually, I might do that sooner than later. Because the triplanar shader is going to make these look way better. Like the top and a little bit of that will be green and the rest will be kind of rocky looking. Should work. Triplanar shaders might be a little more show. I wish I could. I need a refresh button on this guy here to pick up the new category rules. Tab. Temperate forest. Temp forest. Meshy boys. Empty out the biome or the biome detail set again. We will populate it from the folder with our new category rules. We'll clear the map, and then we'll generate. Give me some forest, guys. Give me some forest. Oh, we put the Y. I gotta remember to fix that next time, so I don't have to keep doing that. I think. Well, again, I actually want it. I'm gonna add a snap to ground step where this position offset is there, but so you can't tweak a prefab, say the pivot, or you got an asset that's off its pivot or something, and the snap to ground puts it. I don't know. You can still adjust it, but I don't want to have to keep doing this. So I need to change the actual algorithm. Stop dumping everything on 0 of that elevation. 0. Copy. Clear. $9,000 things. It really likes this area. The trees are just like, I'm good, bro. I probably should change the seed. And vegetation. Vegetation 0.02 to 3.8. Vegetation 0. Let's go 0.08. It'd be nice if I could hit a button, or well, if I hit populate from folder, it will zero out the details array and repopulate it, just to reduce a button in this process. Infertility or vegetation. Let's figure that out. Vegetation 0.02 to 3.8. Oh shit! Wait. Fertility is, yeah. Let's do. One. Let's turn up the density. Maybe we'll turn off avoids rock, but let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that off. Give me trees, man. Give me some trees. Oh shit! Too many trees, man. Too many. Hold on. And like, what's the point? I don't. The density slider should not. That's so easy to get too many with the density slider. It's like, why do I even need all this fucking? I need to clamp these. Let's see what we look like on the floor. No, it's looking good. Just gotta. All right, I think we're close. We're close. Howdy. Hey, man. I am on to big things procedurally. I did not mean to get down this rabbit hole tonight, but I am down it, and I am excited. So let me kind of walk you through what I've built here. I've created editor scripts for the procedural map gen so I can test it out. Well, yeah, and analyze the results of the procedural map gen to see what happened. So, um, so I kind of walk through it here. So you have your biome details, and this is the biome details for temperate forest. There's none in here right now, and it's a pain in the ass. So there's 113 meshes that I have for this biome, and adding them all. Here's like all the properties that you can set. So you can set the density, the minimum vegetation, min fertility, requires rock, avoids rock. You position offsets if you want. So say, and then you can have random rotation of the objects. Rotation min. You can scale, so you can have your prefabs that get spawned in the biome have a range of a scale they can be. So it's creating it too many trees right now, but we're getting somewhere here. So we look over here. I think it's getting real close. We just got to turn down the density. Or, so now, basically, yeah. So I found this really nice set on itch.io. Let me show you. Fantasy or free stylized forest kit. Um, yeah, CCO. So I think that you can use this for personal education and commercial support by crediting or okay. So look at this set. I mean, again, I've got to get my lighting and all that dialed in, but this can look really good, right? This can look amazing. So again, I can put this in my Discord in the dev assets thing. I think I already have. No, I didn't. Okay. So yeah, and again, I knowledge dump. I just ADHD dump in my Discord. So if you're anyone out there wants to hop in and chill or kind of follow the progress of the game, um, this is what it looked like just a little bit ago. And I'll show you what. So this is kind of what the planet gen looks like. I'm going to spice that up soon, but here's like a conceptual art of what I kind of want to go for, a voxel looking procedural planet. When you start a new game, you set your world generation details, and it'll create you a whole planet. You then pick where on the planet you want to start your colony or your town or whatever I'm going to call it, and then you go generate your characters, your main protagonist character. So it's different from Rimworld, as in you have a main character that you control, and you're not a god character who can look all over the map and move the camera. You actually walk around with your main protagonist character, but you'll also generate your starting residents or colonists or whatever you might call them. So you'll start on this map with a couple people, and that's like the conceptually what it's going to look like. And now this is the conception I had earlier, but I'm starting to really dig what I'm doing now. And again, once I dial in the lighting, these assets are going to look really good. I may go donate him like $50. This is a really good set. If I can get the lighting right. But that's on me. Okay, so now what was I thinking? Min fertility. Let's just populate again. So see, it populates. It takes all 113 of those assets and builds up my scriptable object for me, right? And I built. So I have a categorization rule. So it kind of intelligently figures. So it's like it uses keywords, comma separated keywords to. So if it sees the word tree, oak, birch, pine, fir, it's going to apply the large trees rule, and it'll apply this to all these guys here, because populating this shit, 113 of these by hand, and then tweaking all the settings and tweaking, setting, generating, it's a pain in the ass. And one of the cool tricks I've got is after I tweak this, I can tweak the category rules and I can copy what I've done to the clipboard so I can share it with AI. So I can go here and then, so there are ice sheet, tundra, boreal forest, temperate forest, arid shrubland, desert, tropical seasonal forest, tropical rainforest, and ocean. Ocean actually really isn't a biome that you can land on, so I'm probably going to remove that guy. Well, no, I need ocean for the world gen, but I may have it exclude that from list. Oh no, that's how many meshes I have for the temperate forest biome right here, 113. So there's 113 meshes or biome details, right? And that's I don't it this these set of editor scripts save me from a ton of handwork. And I can dump. I've got these buttons to copy and analyze map data. So here I'm going to analyze the fertility and the vegetation of the map. And so, well, this is what the vegetation range is 0.02 to 3.8. And then the fertility is 0.09 to 6.6. Now, if I go up to a tundra area and I spawn in the tundra area, fertility rates are going to be trash, right? It's going to be hard to grow anything. There's not going to be much vegetation. But down in the equator of the planet, you're going to have better values. But again, I didn't know what these values were because it's all procedural generation. So I use this button to give me the statistics of the vegetation of this chunk of the world that I'm spawning. And then just to quickly share this info back and forth with AI too, I can copy out. Oh yeah, yep. So, well, I don't want to go change maps, but here, so right now I picked a zone. So see here, this is kind of the world gen, and then here's the local map. So where that yellow square is right there, you can click on the world map and like click it, and it'll show you a preview of the local map. Now, if I clicked up here in the on the top of the planet or the bottom, it's going to be arid tundra, right? So the world generation takes into rainfall, the ocean level, all kinds of different statistics, and the vegetation and the fertility is calculated, and that's how it figures all this out. So now I'm going to tally up. I just tallied up all the things that got spawned. Oops, no, I didn't. So I hit tally and copy spawn details. So I can see mushrooms are now not spawning. I'm not getting a lot of mushrooms. Wood clusters, blackberry bushes, too many bushes. A lot more, too many trees at the moment. So now I can give the AI the tally of that. I can give it the current settings. So I'm going to copy the category settings, and then I can have it kind of sit there and help me dial in this. But and I'll give it a picture of what it looks like right now. But I kind of can, I've got it close. I don't really need to do this step because I just need to turn down the trees, I think. And But man, this is so cool. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna take a photo of that. It's gonna be pretty useless. It can tell from the tally, what all's there. So, and again, hand rolled. I built these entire systems, right? Every single feature in this game, and again, the game is a little over 2 weeks old. I hand rolled, and I've been building them from scratch using my workflow of deep research, project plan, work through project plan, leverage AI with the project plan to keep the AI on point until the feature is complete, and then move on to the next feature. But I also, as what's really cool is along the way, I have always said I want clean decoupled architecture. I want data driven, so scriptable object based systems. I want event driven systems, and um, you know, and that's all these things. Like I could bundle up the world gen and the local map gen and take it to another project real easy. But let me tweak my density of the wood. So now I can just empty out the biome details, scriptable object, and repopulate it. Clear the map, regen. There we go. There we go, go, go. Now let's check out the ground cover, bushes, and all that. Look at that. Look at that. It's getting really pretty. I guess it's kind of cool that it spawns birds, but I need to probably take the birds out because this shouldn't be about unless these were actual birds. The rainforest will require a machete. This needs to be fixed. That's not right. And another thing is what's pissing me off is the leaves on these assets aren't casting shadows like I want. So the day night stuff, actually, let's hit play and walk through this. The day night, I've also my day night cycle, my time manager, and I've got it to where the mage is not lit. Now I need a shader to uh, make whatever's in front of me transparent. I'm going to do that next, maybe. You see this now? That was the morning dawn, and then there's going to be dusk. Oh man, it looks so fucking good, dude. It's getting there. Now the grid isn't actually the same. I need to fix that. The pathfinding grid isn't all the way. Two, I think some of these trees, some of these details are blocking the ray cast from the screen for my movement. Yeah, you see. Well, yeah, the trunk. I took it into Blender and I was like, what is going on here? And the trees are like lines, or the leaves aren't solid meshes. So I think it's not able to cast a shadow. I haven't got too deep into that, but I'm gonna fix that. If I stick with this asset set, which I don't know, I might. It's pretty nice. So let's G. Man, it looks so good. So you're gonna have to like clear your where you land and get like knock trees down, clear stubs, all that. Oh really? Hell yeah, dude. I love Blender. So beautiful. I need to get the pathfinding a little smoother. It's too jerky. I thought I had a smooth modifier on the pathing, but what else? Oh yeah, you can't beat $0. God, that looks so pretty. I need to turn the resolution up on the shadows. So I've also created this debug menu so I can advance the day. I can also turn on weather effects. So I'm running at 100 FPS, and I spawned. I don't know how many prefabs that was, and then so I can turn. I can look at the entities on the map. So I can click this NPC. I can see his health. So his torso health is at 100%. His heart's 100%. Left lung, right lung, stomach, kidney, liver. The health system's very, very deep. It simulates the whole body and like your different systems. So like filtration. So say if you're bleeding, that is lowering your blood filtration, and if you bleed too much and your filtration goes to zero, you die. If your brain, your cognitive whatever goes to zero, you die. But if you hurt your arm, your right arm, and your hand, your mobility systems go down. Yep, yep, it's doing good. And I've done zero, so there's going to be optimizations here. Like the ground is all individual grid cell cubes still. I'm gonna chunk those up and then combine them into sections of single meshes because it's 100 by 100 grid. So you got 10,000 cubes sitting there, and that's 10,000 draw calls. Actually, let's look at that. We have 21,000 batches, 3.2 million tries, huh? Only 1,800 shadowcasters. I can get those numbers way down after map gen. I just have not done the optimization steps yet. So I should be able to get the batches down real low. I should be able to, because GPU instancing of the materials. Um, yeah, so the optimizations are coming, but I don't need them right now. Fucking love it, dude. So I'm so excited right now. I'm kind of glad I pivoted. I was kind of getting burnt out on the AI, getting the AI farming, and actually, so here's how you set when you will highlight a section of the ground, and when I let go, it flags that as farmland or farming zone. The AI will then, if the AI are satisfied, they got nothing else to do, they're not being attacked. If their psychology has it to where they're not upset and then they'll see those jobs for the farming, and they'll come find that farming zone I just marked and start tilling it, and then they'll plant seeds. If I got seeds, they'll go to storage, if and pick them out of the storage, and then they'll they'll plant the seeds, they'll water it, and then they'll harvest it if it is harvestable, and then yeah, and then too, when it rains, you're gonna get free freaking watering. All your land, all your tilled land and plants and stuff will get. Let's make it snow. Not yet. No, I'm gonna have the ground tile change colors, so it'll start snowing, and then progressively, all the stuff will get snowy. But right now, no. This is just the beginning of. Damn it. So this is a UI. I've been using UI Toolkit for all my GUI stuff. Um, and like I don't know, I really love the UI toolkit workflow. One, it's what Unity is going forward with UI technology wise, but it is such a smart move on their part, right? Um, for that whole form, that very complicated form you saw, you've built UIs in Unity before. Um, so this has got all kinds of tab or sections and whatever. And then if you look in the hierarchy, it's one singular game object. Typically with canvases and shit, you got this whole um, if you the UGUI, you got to have all these objects and you got to configure them. And you have child objects. So in the old UI way, you're going to have shitloads of game objects in the scene, and each game object has all its background stuff going on, ticks, updates, all the stuff for game object, and tons of components. UI Toolkit is a web-based. You got your UXML markup and your USS or your style sheet, and then you have a singular game object in the scene. And it's, oh man, it's so brilliant. And because it is like that, I can build UI toolkits with I build them with AI or Gemini or ChatGPT. I can say, hey, give me a Unity UI toolkit to do this and this and this, and this is how I want it structured. And it'll spit out the UML, UXML. It'll spit out the style sheet, and then it'll spit out the script, the controller script. And then typically I will um, follow the MVVM or model view model pattern, and I will have the data binding logic in its own list. I will have the UI element references in its own class, and then the controller script is just it's the coordinator of all the single responsibility sections of the script. You can keep all that in the same script if it's not going to be too huge, but it's I'm just and again I'm able to follow good design and architecturally and all that because and I don't know I don't have to type it all out. I just review it and kind of move on with my life. God, I'm so happy. Let me turn off the snow. One more round of walking around. No, no. And I don't know if you can tell, but you got the Octopath Traveler kind of tilt shift stuff going on. So you got kind of around the edges. Yeah, see, it's kind of blurry right here and blurry up here. I've got to get the tilt shift effect a little more tuned in, but it's good enough for now to get that vibe. And I need to get a shader. Hey, no, so the you just use an obfuscator for that. It's kind of crazy that more people don't obfuscate their code, but sometimes it's what it is. Let's wait for one more day cycle to hit. God, it looks so good. I gotta dial in the shadows and get the trees' leaves actually emitting shadows. Oh, they are little. You can see it. That's what that flickering is. Like the light hits the. There's just not enough geographical detail in the leaves to do it. Yeah, right. You like pain. And then you drop it from 120. Oh, it every day once the day changes, it'll depending on the season, the biome, where you at or where you're at on the planet wise, it'll roll for weather and it just rolled rain. Come on, sun up. Where you at? God, that looks so good. I'm a proud papa. All right, enough of that. Let's get back to work. I don't think I'm not going that deep. I don't think. No, the date it's 122nd day right now. For every the day it takes 120 seconds to cycle right now. It's not that complicated yet, or I don't know if I'll get that complicated with it or in depth of brew. Ooh. Oh, check this out. This is the start screen right now. I just made a game name TBD, a stand-in logo real quick, but that's pretty cool looking. It is a good name, Game TBD. People can remember that. All right. I need to get rain sounds going on. All right, all right, all right, all right. I think I'm pretty happy with local map gen. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's some more effects, but that one is amazing. All right, should I shift back to farming and getting that finished? Yeah, it's particles. So I found I was using asset inventory to browse for particle effects, and I found it through there. But it's a really lightweight package that is really well done. It's called background effects, I think. Hold on. Background VFX, right? Um, oh, I don't disposable income, blah blah blah. Let me show you. Wait, I picked the wrong one. Asset inventory. So I own 1,334 asset store packages, and then there's 1,300 sub packages, so a total of 2,327 with an indexed files of 839,000, and my database is only 482 gigs or megs, sorry, and basically everything's indexed. So I can come in here and cherry pick a texture from any of those packages real fast. So I can say I want sword images, and then I can filter by color, width, all kinds of shit. Uh, Image type. I can look for normal maps. Oh shit! I didn't know you could filter on that. Well, that's not right. Let's go to prefabs. No, this is asset inventory, and I think if you're gonna be, this is a got to have asset from the Unity Asset Store. It's Asset Inventory 3, and it scans all, and it can not only can it scan your Unity Store purchases or your packages, you can, if you say you got a bunch of stuff on itch.io or Fab or any of the other game marketplaces, and you have all those downloaded to a disk or an external drive or whatever, you have them on your local disk, you can have this index that also. So not only are you able to pull from your Unity repository of packages, you can, all your third party products, you could, if you wanted to, you could have it scan it, and it does. So it scans it. It will do a color. It will extract the color information, so you can search by color. It will figure out the dependencies, And if you hook it up to a local AI, like Olama, it will actually look at the thumbnail it makes of the asset, and it will save a caption. So it generates a caption of every single thing. So, like, say it's like this is a dead tree with fallen branches around the base, or this is a purple dragon with fire coming out of its mouth. Now, those keyword you can now search in those caption, like word when you search, it's going to also search through captions, and it'll come back. You can basically search by details. So that's a cool feature of it too. It's the best. It's the best. Oh, that's bugged. This is that asset, and it's only like 12 or 20 megabytes. Like, it's a really small asset, but it's got some neat effects. And again, I've been very religious about not importing entire packages into my projects or this project. But this one, I was like, it's 12 megs. I'll pull it in, get what I want, and delete the rest. Yeah, I know. It's so cute. All right, but that's what that is. Very good asset. Background VFX is the name of it. Highly recommend it. The dev killed it on that. Did a great job. I think it's time to check in. I really think it's time to do a check in. Use Copilot to create my Git commit notes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. It didn't do it this time. Yep, yep. So Git LFS, large file storage. Yeah, plastic is one. Um, Git, I'm not a big fan of Git at work. I kind of actually hate the way they've got Git set up at work. It's not right, or well, it sucks. But working on Git at home, love it. Whatever they've done to the Git workflow and check-in process at work is terrible. It don't work. Whatever. Local map gen updates and bio details. The following files are over 100 megabytes. If you commit these files, you want to be able to push. Mm, I have LFS turned on. I swear I have it on. I gotta have it on. Well, one, that scene with all the map in it is what it's complaining about, so I can do this. Hold on. I can clear out the. Oh, I need to make a save and export or save and import for the maps so I can. And instead of checking in a fully generated map, I can just save it out to a file, and then that way I don't have to do that. And there's a bug in the clear if I go between from scene and back. It'll be goofy. But I want to figure out why that is not right. It's lying to me. I actually pay for the data package with Git too, just to make sure I can. I got LFS enabled. Well, I'll just get with the actual file. I need to. Swear I got this configured. Maybe I didn't install. I just said I like working with Git locally or at home personally. I'm to use git bash to confirm. I've done this before. There's a command. I just can't. I don't know it off the top of my fucking head. paste something wrong. So yeah, it's working. Pretty damn sure. Oh, I bet you I don't have the scene. Oh, I bet you that's what it is. Scenes are dot assets, I think. Dot unity. Track all Unity scene files with LFS. You would add the following line to your Git attributes. Okay. So I save that. I'm going to uncheck all of this. Check that. That's probably going to be local map gen, debug menu, weather, etc. Pretty sure when the Copilot commits bombs out, it's because of the scene files. Yeah, didn't complain there. But I also removed everything from the scene. So I'm fully checked in. I'm going to generate. I'm going to save. done with that for now. I think we got it in a good spot. I might reduce the number of trees more, but I think it's good for now. I'm gonna get rid of the birds also. Actually, let's tally up. Let's see what we're doing. Mushrooms need a boost. Definitely need a boost. Ground cover. Oh, I think it's actually pretty good. The birds. The crested tit is really, 162 of them. Bushes, rocks. I don't know. It's pretty good. I'll dial it in more. Pretty damn good. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm going to save this window. I'm going to save this layout as local map gen. I kind of want to do another biome now. Oh, I'm silly goose. But then I got desert. Tag 3D. I might have a desert asset in Unity, actually. But I do that first. No, I'm not going to mess with this anymore. Actually, I'm going to dial down. Since I really should normalize the values for density, vegetation, and all this shit because the ranges are not over 1, if I remember right. And again, if I normalize all this stuff, then the sliders makes more sense. Right now, it's like I'm not going to use most of these sliders here. I want to get rid of the birds too. No. What did I do? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I lost my good settings. They went back to the defaults. Son of a bitch. I should save those out as soon as I have them. That's the save and load feature. Son of a bitch. Actually, I think I dumped it into the chat. Yes, I did. One sec while I correct. In vegetation. One, 0, 0, 0, 8, 15. I didn't tweak that. Really didn't tweak these others too much. 0, 1, 5. The rocks have better scaling. Both bushes. Density 0.1. Let's see what that do. I also need to record. There's some overlapping going on here and there, but that could be the model scaled up and overlapping. Ground cover needs to be a little bit sparser. We need to make sure nothing stands or pops on top of each other either. Gotta get rid of the birds. Oh, and the individual sprites. Let's go ahead and let's taper this down just a little. pine, oak, strawberry cluster, raspberry bush, robin, fly, gold crest, crested tit, blue tit, blackbird, no, base. Do, 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 do. What we got? Oops. I need to fix the fir trees. They look like doo doo. I'll bring them back into the fold later. Alright, cool. Cool beans, as they say. Blaze rock. $99 objects. We're back to too many fucking trees. But I call that progress where I'm from. I think point 2 is where I had this guy. I need to make category rule export and importers, and then I need to make local map export importer so I can, yeah, it'll be much better. There we go, that's much cleaner. Ground cover, I think will. Too many rocks? That's fine. It's fine. Where's the grass at? Let's find some grass. Yeah, we're not getting shit for grass. We gotta pump those numbers up. Need to understand that one better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Too much grass, but it kind of looks good. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna take a walk through that. See what it do. I used to get lost in the wind. Someone sent me like $1 million, so I don't have to go to work anymore. Is that cool? Can you do that? I need to get the shader where, or have everything that can get in the way of you on the camera, have it. I almost want the camera tilted, maybe a little further back and tilt it up. I'm not gonna dial in camera right now. It's not important, but it would be good. Too much grass, but I don't know though. It does look good. I think more grass. The grass should be the most abundant thing. And two, you're gonna be able to clear the grass. So where you kind of build out your farming and your settlements and all that jazz, or your redo your thing on the map. Do 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 do. All right, all right, all right. I need to determine what I'm going to do next. So I kind of want to go work on World Gen and get that dialed in and get it pretty. But I'm not going to do that. I'm done with that for now. I want to get NPCs doing shit better. But I am going to save these settings. Well, no, I'm going to dial these. Grass. I'm going to save these settings actually. Oh, where can I put this? config dumps whatever. Temp forest category settings. I can make it a void rock too, which might make sense. But I need to understand the rock, where the rock is too. I need to analyze that because I think it's off. And the ground tiles need triplanar shaders, and I need more detail and more variance in the ground textures. That's another step, but I'm not going to do that right now. It's just on the to-do. Infertility. Let's cut it in half. I wish this automatically found the damn things. Oh yeah, it's not going to delete it now. I also got to work that out. $21,000 objects. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. You got trees, you got grass, you got shit on the ground. You got mushrooms. No, those aren't mushrooms. Mushrooms are still probably not spawning enough. Let's see. Oh, mushroom must be avoiding rock. I gotta understand the rocks shit better. I think it's not what I want. $37,000. So now we got rock mushrooms all over the place. Too many, probably. Yeah, too many. So let's cut that to 1. Populate. Generate. Exfoliate. 25,000. That's better. That's better. Alright. Tell you what, boy. Tell you what. Alright. Stretchy and break time, get a drink. So strong. It's fucking strong. Crushing cans with my man hands. My soft developer hands. I ain't seen a day of hard work in my life. Well, I have, but yeah. Alright. I'm in the restroom. Put my phone on the charger. Do I want to eat again tonight or today? Probably the answer is probably yes. But I'm trying to think of something. I mean, I'm Caesar saladed out. I'm chicken leaned out. Steaked out. I've been eating too many T-bones. Like, I don't know. Actually, I haven't eaten steak in a few days. I did a salad or lettuce wrap burger earlier. It was all right, but it was shredded lettuce. Like, there's an option to get like it wrapped in lettuce or whatever, and I expected like lettuce, and I got fucking a burger with shredded lettuce. So I just kind of put all the vegetables on top and put on condiments and kind of lifted the burger and ate it. And it was a mess. And I had broccoli with that. No fries. What do I want to eat? I really want spaghetti, but I can't have it. There needs to be more like keto, diabetic friendly restaurant options. All right, back to farming. Let's check in again. Let's see if I can check in. Make sure nothing's spawning in the cubes. Doesn't appear to be. The one really fixes stuff, and it needs to be the default on the Y coordinate. No, actually, let's do this. Let's investigate. So this tree, yeah, see, it's in the ground a little. And then I want to find a duplicate of that tree. So pine tree 3. Are they all dipped the same amount, regardless of elevation? Looks like it. Looks that way. Um, I don't know. I might work on combat. And movement. Movement can be improved. Fuck is ping? I never knew. Import activity on. Actually, no, let's finish the debug. Yeah, let's get back to debug. Yeah, let's do that. Let's drop the code. So if an AI conversation, if your conversation is getting kind of long in the tooth, I like to kind of level set. So I gave it the current code base, and I said, ignore the meta files because it uploads meta files when you do it that way. I don't know if I saw somewhere that you can telling it what to ignore helps. And then again, like this is what 435 files I just uploaded, but technically that's it cut that in half because of the meta files. And just it should just be C sharp that I gave it, but it's not. And I have a tool to extract the C sharp and then be able to give it just that, but I'm not. It's not big enough now to really need to worry about it. But since I've kind of stopped mid process when I was working on the debug UI and went to biomes and level gen, I'm going to get a project plan and I'm going to move on to a new conversation with that project plan. So, because again, the longer the context, the weirder shit gets. Because I've only implemented the general and the entities button in the debug menu. The storage zones need to be refactored, but I'll just continue on with that. So I'm going to export this to docs. I need to figure out what I'm going to eat. Oh, did I went cheap today. I don't think I've like spent a bunch. I'm not sure how much I have left on my per diem. I ate an omelet for breakfast. That was free. For lunch, oh yeah, the Detroit Supreme Pizza. I ate the toppings off of that. Not doing that again. Like that pizza is mostly dough, barely any cheese, barely any toppings. So like I don't know. That was probably that's on DoorDash. I actually got it was during happy hour, so I got it cheaper. Like it was $9 off. But I'm not ordering that again. So the way I eat pizza now is I just eat the toppings, and yeah, I was fighting for stuff to get off of that guy. So I ordered. That was 1763. What time was that? 3:22. So I gotta look at the receipts. Hold on. Had a $9, $9.99 burger meal thing from Friday. Mushrooms. Have the itemized receipt for that guy. This is the 27th. Count. 28th. Oh yeah, I had the meal deal, the rib thing. So that was ribs and a Caesar salad. That was like 16, 17 bucks. I get $75 a day when I'm out on the road. How much do I got left here? So 17. Let's call that 18. 18 plus 9. There's no sales tax up here. Like, that kind of was crazy. Back home, yeah, there's tax on everything. And the ribs with a Caesar was it's pretty wild. You can get a full cheeseburger with veggies on the side, all the veggies, fries, and drink, like at TGI Fridays for $9.99. But if you want a Whopper or a Big Mac, which again I'm not gonna eat that, the Whopper by itself is like 8, almost $9 here, and a Big Mac is somewhere up there too. Like, and you can get a real fucking hamburger from TGI Fridays. Well, I think it's real. That's $14.99 plus $1.79. So 44.77. I got $30, I think. What do I want to do with that? 30 big ones. Any food suggestions? I'm like all the staple stuff I can think of. Or, well, I mean, the ones, I guess there's a healthy option on this. Chai's halal food. Chicken over rice, lamb over rice. 2 for $4.50. Truffle. All vegetarian deep fried to perfection. Wine sauce selection. I think I'll try this. Lamb contains beef and chicken. Or the people's photos compared to the actual photo always looks way off. No cucumber tomato. Yes. Onion pepper heated. I don't know what that means. Well, onion pepper. Standard white sauce. I don't know what that is. I guess I get the sauces on the side. Let's do that. Sauce on the side. And that way, I can, if I don't like a sauce, I can just dip it. Dip it. Baklava. What is that? I do not eat this food. Pastry. Looks like a slider almost. Half pita chopped inside harkara chips. Meat, rice, lettuce, salata. Oh man, don't know what it is. Cucumber. I don't like cucumber. I'm gonna go with onion pepper heated. Don't know what that means. Alright. And a cart. Yeah, hiccups. Place is not too far away. All right. Some halal food, or I'm probably not saying that right. Back in my day, I used to punch the hay. Actually, you can kind of see the density with by filtering by a word or like this. Oops. That's probably too much rock. Then we go bush. Still too much bush. Grass. It's a lot of grass. Mushrooms. Mushrooms is pretty damn good. It's dialed in. I bet you where the mushroom is at is probably what the whole or everyone else should kind of be there. Let's check branch. Branch, I think, falls under. That's good. That's pretty sparse. I'm not worrying about this. We're not working on that. We're not working on that. So I'm going to give it the project plan that I just exported earlier. Although I'd like to change the name of it. God, I can't stop thinking about this crap. I need to do others. I need to probably work. I'll do that tomorrow. That's for tomorrow, y'all. Canvas. Let's continue on to the farming section of the debug UI. What I do want to do is not put this in the, let me break it up. Oops, wrong one. Make a debug farming panel controller.cs instead of use it in the debug menu to avoid bloating the debug menu controller.cs. I want to go back to general and entities and have them out in their own controller class, and then the debug menu leverages those classes because it's going to get crazy big if I do them all in there because it's a multi-tabbed panel UI element. So just for my sake, that's how I'm going to approach it. We're not looking at assets no more. Focusing on code and our mother's love. So I copy that guy. Let's Stop it. It keeps freaking unhighlighting. Booger. This debug menu is going to be the fucking most helpful thing I've made so far. Well, it's going to keep me from going crazy trying to figure out what's going on because as the systems get more complicated, it'd be nice to have that insight into them. So I can see all the jobs out there from the crafting stations, from the farming zones, from all the needs of the NPCs and their current goals and what they're considering and their thoughts and their emotions. Because I'm Big Brother up in this box. Control Shift A to add a new file. And then debug menu controller. When you're having an editing existing menu, I kind of like to scroll through and make sure it isn't doing like, oh, I shortened this for brevity. Like, bitch, no. 283. Oh, it's wrong class. It's like that don't line up at all. To do. $293. I want to move out entities in general to their own class in the next step. I'm going to keep this one lean, main. I need to. Farming panel is probably going to be pretty empty. I can test to see if reaction is set to none. So that's technically what you saw there is me setting a farming zone, or it should be, unless it's bugged. Well, that still works. Entity is still good. Farming zone. Tile count 35. Farm manager not available. See, these don't have anything yet. It's a little too big Reader Digest-y right now. I want to shrink or make it, the text and font a little smaller. But yeah, still helpful. Pardon me. I apologize. I should have been more respectful. Pretty crazy. Like the amount of viewers I get on YouTube are smashing every other platform. I don't know if they're bots or not, but I got 11. I was up to like 18 or 20 almost for a little bit there. All right, so the day changed and the weather went to clear. I didn't do that. So what am I thinking? Farming manager not available. That means then didn't I? Oh, farming zone. Not put this bitch in the center. No, I had to build panel. Get component. It's a singleton. Did I not do that? I didn't. Well, that's hilarious. Keep track of my order. They're on their way. How far is that? Food Lion. Set a timer for 4 minutes. Let's see where they're at by then.
I've set a timer for 4 minutes. It will go off at 9:26 p.m.
That's interesting. I bet you that's gonna be null. No, I gotta have the map data, right? Well, I'm debugging I'm generating it in the editor, but I don't know if we'll see. That might need consideration. Farming manager not available. Available to farming jobs 25. So that worked. Oh. How am I going to get the map data? Oh, shit, they're here. All right, I'll be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. I'll see you shortly. He actually came up to me. What a gentleman. A king and a scholar. 3 hours, 22 minutes. All right, save this. About to eat something I'm not sure if I've like. Well, we'll find out. Guess I could turn that on sooner. Accidentally turned it on. Yeah. Now I need to prevent overlap of is null. Yeah, so the map data is null, which I assumed. And because I'm kind of I'm in the scene that is going directly to the map from the planet. I'm not going through the world gen down into the map. I need a way to pull it, but in a way that doesn't interrupt the flow of going from world to map. Well, I probably should stop because my arm needs a break and I got to get ready for tomorrow. I think I will. Should go throw laundry in the laundromat, but I don't have any freaking coins. It's coin operated machines. Oh, I don't want an adult. Just want game dev all day. Good progress though, man, today. Like a lot of cool shit. A lot of cool shit. So there's that. I gotta find a name for the game. I gotta stop being like Elin plus Rimworld game. I need a name. I need a name. What would be? To end the stream or not to end the stream? Wait, if it's 9:30. I could do the faction screen and the task screen, and then I want a NPC timer. Or the action timers, so I can see who's about to go. I could order that by the so it's basically everybody has an action timer, and whenever the player's doing something like moving or taking an action, the game is unpaused. But when you're just sitting there idle, the game's paused. The NPC's timers don't go down. So being able to see that by descending the shortest amount of time at the top and down would be helpful. So I'll add another panel for that. And then I'll create a spawner panel so I can spawn items and do common item inventory stuff, like an add item to inventory. I have an items section, and it'll show the items, and there'll be buttons over it'll be like a, yeah. So you can add it to your inventory. You can add it to an entity's inventory. You can drop it on the ground. You can spawn X number or spawn 10. Um, that way I can. The debug menu is just me shirking off having to build the actual UI elements for the actual game. Well, no, it's not. It's to make my life easier and to validate these systems and functions are working quickly without a bunch of jumping through a ton of hoops. So I do like that. Let me see what this is all about real quick. I guarantee they're not going to have nutritional info about this place. God, I swear this kid loses his Minecraft password all the time. I don't know why it keeps fucking logging him out. Why it doesn't write it down. Yeah, I gotta reset that now. Alright. A little green sauce. It's gonna be spicy. The white sauce is probably like tahiki or I'd say cucumber sauce, I bet you. They said there's barbecue sauce. These are on rice. There was no option to take the rice out or switch over the veggies, so I'm just going to have to look at the rice and wish I could eat it. Damn, that looks good though. It's weird, there's like the chroma key or something going on there. This looks really good though. I love jasmine rice too. I may accidentally just grab a couple grains of it and eat it. Bags. Oh, that's good. We should. Two of these, $14, because it's their 2-for-1 sale. That's a lot of meat. It's a lot of food right here. The other one I'm going to leave closed because it's the same thing. The green sauce. The barbecue. Shitloads of those. Oh wait, that's the barbecue. Where's the red sauce? There's so many sauces. Yeah, I don't know if you Google it. Other one. That is a lot of food for $14. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm gonna kind of munch on this. Let's see if I can get the nutritional info first before I go into these sauces. SHA hello. nutritional info. If 522 calories per serving. How many servings are in it? No sugar. Let's go. Per container is 1,045 calories, 57 grams of protein, 195 grams of carbs. That's all that. 1.8 sugar. Related items. Can I find the sauce info? White sauce, 100 calories per thing. Barbecue, 50 cal. Soy, sugar. Sugar. Tell me about the sugar. Guess I'm just gonna have to wing it. Let's see what they taste like. That's pretty good. Now, so I've got the farming AI, like the entire farming project plan is like A to Z functionality wise, except for the phase 4, which is the crop genetics and food preservation. But that's not needed. Oh, my ears got an itch in my ear. That's not needed for this phase. What I'm doing is phase 5 of that project plan, and I am what's also good. Working on the UI and the which technically the debug UI is kind of fleshing out some of that UI logic for the farming. Oh fuck! Oh, that's hot. Oh, that hit you right in the fucking face. I don't think I'm doing that one. What the fuck? That guy. I don't think that was listed on the thing. It was just white sauce, green sauce, barbecue. Oh, there's a hot sauce section. Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of good. The barbecue's throwing me off. Like I wouldn't expect barbecue. It's a good barbecue. It's probably got the most sugar, but it's also tiny. So let's just. Just do that. But I got sauce on the side because the photos I saw that people posted on DoorDash, shit was drenched. Well, that's a good part. It's gotta have sugar, I bet you. Thank God it's only a little. I bet you green does not. Green does not look appetizing. Green got a little heat. That's good. I mean, I really wish they would have gave the sauces names, not colors. A little kick to it. Be sparing. So I'm gonna bring up the farming project plan and see where we're at with that guy. Well, I know where we're at. All right. Do some more of this, and then we're done with the sauces. I'm gonna get some. I'm all sauced up now. I don't know if you can see it. It's gonna be good. The meat's good. I know that already. Oh fuck yeah! Here, good napkins. This was a good choice. I'll probably eat this again. So I'm up here in Delaware for till Thursday, and then I drive back Friday, and then I'll be back home. It's a 14-hour drive, but I have my rental has the self-driving and the adaptive cruise control. So on the way up here, I was just kind of leaning back, chilled out, letting it do most of the driving. Up until I got real close to Delaware, it started to storm super hard, and then it kind of crapped out a little bit there. So I had to drive like the last leg of it. You know, it's terrible. I don't eat that rice. It's just tempting me. What was I putting? This was the grid highlighter. Does it have? But shit, I hate to do that. Get rid of that button, y'all. No project plan. So here's phase 5. So we have the zone creation tool, player to dynamically paint farming zones onto the world grid. So that I have the drag and drop and the visualization of the drag and drop, so I can make farming zones already. So that one's complete-ish. Oh, I want this rice in my life. I cannot do it though. Man, I really wish I could have told them meat and lettuce and tomato. But I guess the tomato and the cucumber are together, so you can't really exclude them, I don't think. zone configuration or farming zone configuration panel. Now, after the zone's there, there's just no visual indication of that farming zone anymore. So it's just like, how do you know? So I kind of want to maybe I'll just there could be a mode where you can see zones and like because after they start working the farming zone, you're going to see them till the land. And if the player just goes up and tills a land randomly, that needs to basically be put into a farming zone. But that's going to be some logic I got to work on. It's player manual work done by the player because they can just get a hoe and start tilling. I need a lumber or like a tree harvesting command, or it's like how I do the zone where I drag and drop, but for every tree and anything on the ground, it's like a resource thing. I can highlight an area, and all the stuff that's in that area gets added to the job, the task manager, the job runner, and NPCs can pick it up. So if there's a tree in there, an NPC who can has the ability to cut trees down or has the skills to do it will go do it and store the logs in the base inventory. The so that's one thing I need to do because right now, if you look at it, clearing the land is going to be a big thing, right? Oh man, I could even make it to where you like drag and select like this, and you let go, and you can assign yourself to it, and you will the player character will start doing all that work, and the camera will follow him. But then if you have press any other input, it'll cancel that out. But it still stays as jobs for the other NPCs. Because maybe you don't start with other NPCs, right? Now making this sound like a farming game, it's not. Like farming's one aspect of it, but this is more a colony sim, life sim, sandbox experience. I want to the item crafting is really deep, and again, I don't have anything to show you there. It's all tested kind of virtually, but the systems are there for unique items. So like, yeah, depending on what material you use to make something. So a wood or an axe for cutting down trees. There's tons of different materials you could use and have a better version of it. And then sometimes, as your skill goes up, or the NPC that makes it has a high skill, has a chance of being granted extra properties. Items can be blessed or cursed. You can kind of do transmogrification, like when you dismantle. Like there's a process of I gotta flush that out, but it's there. The bones are there. So the inventory and item system is really deep, and it's gonna reward. It's gonna be a gameplay loop that as you find better materials later in the game, and again, your as your fame, your wealth, or your base grows, things will be getting harder. I need to work on the AI director, the AI storyteller is what I'll call it. But you'll be able to you'll and when you create your game, you'll be able to pick your AI storyteller, and there's like the casual one. You just want a cozy experience. You want to build. You don't want to be uh, like combat's not the what your focus is. You want a more laid back experience. Then you got your average AI storyteller, and they will keep track of stuff and whatnot. And actually, I'm gonna listen to that again because that is something I want to get. I can eat and not talk. I just I'm so pumped, and all these systems are coming together so fast and so well. Like it's nuts. Like
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today, we're really getting into the weeds, structurally analyzing one of the really exciting ideas in modern open world RPGs, the emergent AI director. We're going past just the concept today. We're looking at the technical blueprint, the actual architecture for building what people often
let's
confuse
mind
with a
map this
storyteller or maybe
bitch.
a game master. Our sources are digging into designs for games like the big complex roguelikes, think something like Elin. And why this matters, why we're doing this deep dive, is because your typical game AI, well, it just reacts, right? It follows script, throws monsters at you. That's about it. What we're exploring here is way more sophisticated. It's an architecture designed to, well, almost collaborate with you, the player, in real time. Right? A totally unique story every single playthrough. We're talking personalized epics, triumph, failure, the works. Not just deciding when the next goblin wave shows up.
Huh.
Okay, let's unpack this stack.
Yeah, and what jumps out right away from these blueprints is this huge philosophical shift. It's fundamental. The goal isn't about crafting a perfectly balanced difficulty curve.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost impossible in a massive chaotic sandbox anyway, right?
Right. Too many variables.
Exactly. So instead, the whole project is about designing a system that can generate this huge spectrum of narrative outcomes. From the really tragic stuff, your base burns down because of a freak lightning strike, to the totally triumphant, like you stumble upon a world boss and somehow save the village.
Yeah.
You really have to think of the system less like an opponent and more like a co-author.
A co-author, I like that.
Yeah. It sets the stage, maybe deals out some dramatic beats, but the actual story, the consequences, the emotional weight that emerges from your decisions, the player's choices, interacting with all the game systems, those emergent stories, those are the ones people remember and talk about for ages.
Okay, section one then. The philosophy of the story generator paradigm. And that reframing you mentioned, seeing it as a story generator first, game second, that seems absolutely foundational in the design docs. It changes everything downstream.
It really does. It's more than just words, it's a design commitment. If your aim is generating narrative, you have to prioritize the mechanics that let complex, unexpected moments bubble up from simpler systemic rules. That's the core idea, right? Emergence over explicit scripting.
So the director deals the cards, so to speak.
Exactly. Like a random monster ambush card, or maybe a desperate traveler gives you a quest hook card, or you find a relic card. But the story, the actual drama, happens when those cards hit the table and interact with where you are right now, what's in your backpack, what you did yesterday.
And the sources talk a lot about the psychological layer, how our brains kind of fill in the gaps. We see intention where maybe there isn't any, technically.
Oh, yeah, that's where the real magic kicks in. The source material calls it the phenomenon, where the human brain perceives this level of intelligence, almost foresight, in the system that's way beyond its actual mechanics. That feeling is the ultimate goal. That's the non negotiable sign that the design is working.
Can you give a specific example? Like, how does simple logic become this perceived narrative beat?
Okay, think about this. You, the player, you're weak, injured, just finished a tough dungeon crawl, heading back to base. Now, the system knows a couple things. One, your adaptation factor, we'll get into that metric later, is low because you took a beating. Two, a timer says a major threat hasn't happened in, say, 30 game days.
Okay.
And let's say the overall macro pacing state is currently set to high tension. But because your adaptation factor is low, the event scheduler won't pick a major threat. Instead, it picks a low-impact opportunity event, like maybe a rare merchant appears selling exactly the high-value healing potions you desperately need.
Ah, okay, so the player sees that.
And the player thinks, whoa, the storyteller knew I was in trouble. It threw me a lifeline just when I needed it most. It feels psychic.
But really, it was just rules.
Just rules. The timer forced an event, and the low adaptation factor filtered the options, forcing a low threat or high opportunity choice to avoid kicking you when you're down. But the timing, the orchestration, makes it feel intentional, makes the storyteller seem like this entity that knows exactly how to push you or help you. The goal is the feeling of intent, not actual AI kindness or malice.
Which brings us neatly to clarifying the term AI here, because when we say AI director, we're definitely not talking about, large language models or deep learning.
Absolute crucial distinction. Yeah. We are not building something that learns from millions of playthroughs to write better stories. Technically, these systems are pure procedural algorithms. Conditional logic, timers, weighted random chance. That's it.
Deterministic, really.
Entirely deterministic. Their behavior is 100% defined by the parameters, the curves, the rule sets the designers put into the game data. They don't adapt or evolve like a neural net.
But in game design terms.
Right. In game design, AI has always been more functional. It means any code that mimics intelligent, human-like decision-making to make the game better for the player. The goal is orchestration. Think of a conductor leading an orchestra, timing the highs and lows perfectly. We want sophisticated, tunable logic that feels
Hey man, what's up?
even if the code underneath is a complex math.
Eating some halal
Okay, section 2. Layered pacing.
chicken
Getting
and
that conductor
lamb.
right. And the sources are clear.
While
You
listening
can't
to
just
this,
pacing on one time scale. You need the grand novel-like scale and the immediate knife fight scale.
Yeah.
So two distinct pacing layers seem essential.
Exactly right. Layered pacing is necessary because what the player needs emotionally is totally different if they're chilling in their base planning versus fighting for their
Can you
life
hear
in
me?
a dungeon. So we borrow from different
Meow.
game design philosophies.
Meow.
Big sandbox RPGs like Elin, they need that long-term macro level narrative pacing.
The big picture.
The big picture. And then tight action games, Left 4 Dead is the classic example.
Can you?
They
You can hear me,
pioneered
right?
short-term micro-level tension pacing. A good director needs both working together.
Let's break down the macro layer first. This is the long view, shaping potentially
I
hundreds
think
of
so.
hours, organizing things into chapters.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, the macro level story.
I see my peak
handles
meters
that
going.
grand arc. Its time scale is huge hours played, days survived in game, major quests finished. Its job is managing the overall rhythm.
I wasn't talking.
Build up of tension towards a big
Let
goal.
me double check.
A period of recovery, maybe for crafting or building.
What kind of data does it look at for that?
It looks at the long-term metrics.
I hope you guys can hear me.
Total wealth, not just gold, but everything. The overall adaptation factor, which reflects recent success or failure, and maybe the development level of their home base. These are all indicators of long-term progress and power. The macro pacer is what decides, okay, the player's strong enough to move from Act 1 to Act 2, essentially. Or
Can you hear me, Michael?
beat a world boss, they need a week of game in big crisis. It controls the overall mood.
You got me thinking my mic's not
like
working.
an editor shaping a book.
And then the micro system is completely different, focused on the immediate visceral feeling.
Totally different domain. This is the intensity modulator, drawing heavily from that Left 4 Dead director idea. Timescale, seconds to minutes. Its only goal is emotional manipulation within a specific context, usually a dungeon or hostile area. Create spikes of stress, make you panic, give you a tiny breather, then hit you again.
And its input is immediate data.
Hyperlocal, real-time data. That player stress intensity metric, calculated from current health, hunger, fatigue, nearby companion health, and crucially, damage taken in the last few seconds. It only cares about what's happening right now and in the next minute.
Okay, so what happens if they clash? Let's say the macro pacer says, we're in a respite
Oh, it's
chapter,
there.
but the player ignores that and dives into a really dangerous dungeon anyway. How do they stay
Please tell me
coordinated?
my mic is working.
Cohesion comes from the pacing state machine, the FSM. Think of it as layers. The macro pacing FSM sets the high-level mood or genre, and it acts like a gatekeeper. It dictates which categories of events are even allowed.
Mic check, mic check.
So it sets the rules of engagement.
Pretty much. Let's say the macro FSM is in the initial calm state.
Okay, it's working. You got me freaked out.
Neutral or opportunity. No major threats allowed, so the player can get established.
Ever since that day, I recorded for like an hour and couldn't hear nothing. Or my mic just like stopped.
Now,
I had to restart my PC.
Conflict starts slowly. Later, maybe after Act 2 goals are met, it hits the climax state. Now the big guns are allowed, major threat events, world loss triggers, high-stakes stuff.
So the macro state defines the possibility space.
Exactly. And the micropacer, the intensity modulator, operates within those constraints. So if the macro state is rising action, the micromodulator knows threats are allowed, but it decides precisely when and how big they are inside that specific dungeon. It cycles through its own little states, build up spawning small stuff to slowly ramp up stress, peak unleashing a big wave, the maximum allowed by the macro state, and cool down holding back completely, letting the player breathe, heal, recover stress.
Got it. So the micro never overrides the macro's overall mood.
Never. You won't get ambushed by a world boss during a global respite period declared by the macro FSM, even if your microstress level happens to be high because you stubbed your toe. The two layers work in concert.
Okay, section 3. The architectural blueprint. Building this thing. The sources really hammer home the need for modularity here. Avoid one giant tangled mess of code. Break it down into 4 key pillars: sensing, pacing, deciding, executing.
Absolutely essential for a system this complex. You need that separation of concerns for scalability, for maintenance, for sanity, frankly. Let's start with pillar 1.
Pillar 1. The game state monitor. This is the director's eyes and ears. Its only job is gathering data, quantifying it, normalizing it so the other systems can use it. Let's dig into those specific long-term metrics for a big sandbox RPG.
Right, the monitor provides the context, first critical metric, wealth. But not just gold coins. It needs to track the cumulative market value of everything the player owns: gear, resources, buildings, maybe even trained followers.
Why track everything?
Because it's the main way to scale threat magnitude realistically. If the player suddenly strikes it rich, finding a massive ore vein, the director needs to know. You can't have 3 weak goblins be a credible threat to someone sitting on 1,000,000 gold worth of resources. The potential loss, the stakes, have to scale with the player's power and assets. But maybe the most crucial, psychologically, is the adaptation factor. This is like a hidden dynamic difficulty slider. It's constantly tracking how well the player's been doing recently.
How does it track that?
It goes up when the player succeeds easily, clearing zones without taking much damage, solving things quickly. It goes down, sometimes sharply, when they fail or struggle, party members get knocked out, they lose valuable stuff, maybe a character dies.
So the adaptation factor tells the director whether to ease off or crank up the heat based on recent performance.
Precisely. If the player just had a disaster, maybe their main base got wiped out by a raid, the adaptation factor tanks. The director then uses that low factor to deliberately tone down the severity of upcoming major threat events. It enforces a recovery period, gives the player space to rebuild, emotionally and materially. Without this, you risk those awful death spirals that just make players quit.
And then there are the short-term metrics feeding the moment-to-moment stuff.
Right, that's the player stress intensity metric we mentioned for the micropacer. It's a real-time calculation. Looks at current health percentages, player and nearby allies, urgent needs like hunger or fatigue, and critically, how much damage they've taken or dealt very recently, like in the last 5-10 seconds.
So it spikes during a fight.
Instantly.
And this giant thing and mountain of sauces and the same exact thing here, $14.90 or $14.99. There's a buy one get one free. It is a shitload of food.
Pillar 3 is the event scheduler, the brain. It looks at the current pacing state, we're in climax mode, and the monitor's data, wealth high, stress medium, and picks the actual event to trigger.
And that picking process needs smart logic. First, the events themselves need to be categorized. Major threat.
Go look at Unity Dev channel and Discord.
Whatever.
Oh yeah.
Can filter effectively.
And I've got the local map gen looking amazing.
3 main approaches. Simple rule-based, like fixed timers. Weighted random, adds chaos, picks randomly but based on weights. And the most advanced, the goal really, is utility-based logic that uses scoring to find the most narratively appropriate action.
Which leads perfectly into Pillar 4, the event execution system, and this absolutely critical idea of decoupling using an event bus. Why is it so bad for the director to just say, tell the enemy spawner to spawn some goblins directly?
Oh, it's a maintenance nightmare waiting to happen. That's tight coupling. If the director code directly calls a function like enemy spawner.spawngoblins3, and later someone changes how the enemy spawner works, maybe it now needs a difficulty level parameter.
The director code breaks.
Instantly. And in a huge project, that happens all the time. It's incredibly brittle. The event bus architecture solves this. The director doesn't make direct calls. It broadcasts a generic abstract message onto a shared channel. Something like, hey, I've decided we need a spawn dungeon ambush event. Packages up the high-level decision data, which event got picked, sends it out, and that's it. The director has no idea who, if anyone, is listening or how they'll react.
And multiple systems can listen to that same broadcast, right?
That's the beauty of it. The enemy spawner listens for spawn dungeon ambush event and does its goblin stunning thing. But maybe the music manager also listens for it and kicks in the combat music. The sound effect system listens and adds ambush sounds. The camera system might listen and add a little shake.
Total separation.
Complete separation. You can add a new system tomorrow, say a new lighting system that reacts to ambushes, and you just make it listen to the event. You don't touch the director, you don't touch the spawner, you don't touch the music manager. It's clean, modular, and absolutely essential for managing complexity.
Okay, section 4, the art of the decision. Diving deeper into that utility AI approach. This seems like the key to making the director feel less like a predictable machine and more like something with, I don't know, intent, moving beyond basic if-then roles.
Utility AI really is the core mechanism for achieving that feeling of intelligent narrative generation. Instead of just asking, can I trigger event X, which is a simple yes-no, it asks, how good an idea is it, narratively speaking, to trigger event X right now? It calculates a numerical utility score for every single possible event, every game event scriptable object available in its current pool. Then, generally, it picks the event with the highest score as the most appropriate or beneficial thing to do next, given the current game state.
So how does it calculate that score? The sources mention 3 key components.
Right. First, you have considerations. Think of these as data processors or sensors. They take raw data from the monitor, like party hunger is 25% or it's been 12 hours since the last major event, and they process that data. The output of a consideration script is a normalized score, usually from 0 to 1. 0 means this factor makes the event totally undesirable. 1 means it's maximally desirable based on this single factor. It's like the system's gut feeling about one specific piece of data.
Okay, so raw data normalized score, what's next?
Next, and this is absolutely critical for tuning the director's personality, you have response curves. These are mathematical functions, but crucially, they're usually visualized and edited graphically. A response curve takes the normalized 0-1 score from the consideration as its input, and
I want to eat all that rice so bad.
Utility score contribution. The shape of this curve is everything.
I got little granules of rice in it every couple bites.
Let's
So
unpack those curve shapes. How does a shape translate to personality? Give us some examples.
Okay, simplest case, a linear curve, straight line from bottom left to top right. This means the director's desire increases proportionally with the input. If player health drops 50%, the desire to trigger a healing opportunity event increases by 50%. Feels balanced, fair, predictable.
Makes sense.
Now imagine a steep exponential curve. It stays really low and flat for most of the input range, but then near the end, it shoots almost straight up. You use this for creating urgency or braiding points. For instance, apply this to a max time since threat consideration. The director is fine with peace for a while, the curve stays low. But after, say, 30 in-game days pass without a major threat, high input, that curve skyrockets. The utility score for triggering any threat becomes massive, almost guaranteeing something happens to break the monotony. The player feels that pressure suddenly ramp up.
And the opposite, to make it back off.
That's an inverted curve. High input leads to low output. Let's say the input is how badly the party is doing. Low health, low resources, high struggle input. If you apply an inverted curve to a major threat event's consideration for party well-being,
that was
as
so
the party
good.
struggles more, input goes high. The utility score for triggering that threat drops towards 0. This is how you avoid pressure. The director sees you're struggling and actively decides not to pile on more major threats. It feels fair, responsive.
So these curves are literally the knobs the designer turns to sculpt the AI's temperament.
Exactly. They're the DNA of its personality. How quickly does it get bored? How forgiving is it? How aggressively does it escalate? It's all in the shape of those curves.
And the third component, combining these scores.
The scoring mechanism. This takes the output scores from all relevant considerations for a single event and combines them into one final utility score for that event. Almost universally, this is done by multiplication. And that's a really elegant choice. Why? Because if any single consideration feeding into an event scores 0,
The whole thing becomes 0.
the whole thing becomes 0. The final utility is 0. The event is instantly vetoed regardless of how high the other considerations might have scored. This gives designers incredibly powerful guardrails. For example, a time since last major threat consideration might have a curve that outputs 0 for the first, say, 5 in-game days after the last threat. Multiplication guarantees no major threat can possibly be chosen during that 5-day cooldown, even if all other factors are screaming for one. It enforces hard limits cleanly.
And the sources really highlighted using Unity's animation animation curve tool for this? Why is that specific tool so important?
It's about accessibility for designers. Defining these curves mathematically in code is, frankly, a pain. It's abstract, hard to visualize. But Animation Curve is a built-in Unity feature that provides a visual graph editor. Designers can literally click and drag points on a graph in the inspector window to shape these curves. They can see instantly, okay, this makes it ramp up slowly, then spike, or this creates a dead zone in the middle. They are visually tuning the AI's reactions, its emotions, without writing a single line of code. That rapid visual iteration is absolutely vital for balancing something this complex and emergent.
And the real power seems to be that this one utility AI framework can mimic other director types too.
That's the ultimate flexibility, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want your utility AI scheduler to act like a simple timed scheduled director, easy. Just make its primary consideration a timer and give that consideration a very steep step function response curve. It will only score high at specific time intervals.
And for chaos.
For chaos, instead of just picking the single event with the highest score, deterministic, you use the calculated utility scores as weights in a weighted random selection. So, higher scoring events are more likely, but lower scoring ones still have a chance. Controlled chaos. The core C# code for the utility AI scheduler doesn't need to change. The entire personality and behavior shift comes purely from the data assets, the considerations, and the response curves that you feed into it.
Section 5, data-driven design with scriptable objects. This feels like the practical implementation of that last point, making sure the personality lives in the data, not the code. Separating the logic from the configuration seems paramount for designers.
It's the only sane way to manage a system like this long term. If the personality is the data, then the data needs a flexible, designer-friendly container. In Unity, scriptable objects are perfect for this. People often abbreviate them as SOs. An SO is basically a data asset that lives in your project files, completely separate from any specific scene or game object. It just holds data.
So instead of a programmer hard-coding, say, the cooldown for a dragon attack into a script,
The designer creates a dragon attack event so asset. In the Unity inspector, they type 30 into the cooldown in days field on that asset. The C# code just reads that value from the SO. It means the designer can balance the game, tweak cooldowns, change threat levels, even add entirely new events just by editing these data assets. No recompiling, no bothering programmers. It enables incredibly rapid iteration, which is crucial for tuning emergent systems.
let's detail the key SOs mentioned, starting with the event definition itself, the game event SO.
Right, the game event SO is the basic building block. Each one represents a potential thing the director can choose to do. It holds the high-level metadata, the event name, like Goblin Ambush, the event category, major threat, opportunity, etc. Maybe a base threat cost value used for difficulty scaling, and that crucial cooldown in days. But critically, the game event SO doesn't contain the actual logic for spawning the goblins. It only holds a reference to the execution prefab.
Ah, so the what is in the SO, the how is in the prefab.
Exactly. The prefab contains the actual scripts and components that execute the event, the spawner logic, the sound triggers, whatever. This separation means a designer can create a brand new event, say Ancient Dragon Sighting, by doing two things. Create a new game events asset to define its category, cooldown, etc., and create a new prefab containing the dragon spawning and behavior logic. Link the SO to the prefab. Done. The director system automatically picks it up and considers it.
And then there's the master configuration file that pulls it all together, the director profile SO. This defines the director's overall personality for a specific game or campaign.
Yeah, think of this as the top level recipe for the director. You might have several of these in your project. It contains things like the profile name, maybe the Chronicler for a steady game, or the Agent of Chaos for a wild one. It defines the specific event pool the director is allowed to draw from. Maybe you have a special pool just for winter events, for example. It links to the specific pacing settings SO, which defines the macro-micro FSM states and transitions. And crucially, it sets the overall decision logic type should this director pick the top score event, use weighted random, etc. Want a new director personality for a weekend event. Duplicate an existing director profile SO, give it a new name, maybe swap out the event pool for a themed one, tweak the pacing settings link. It's incredibly fast.
And let's quickly circle back.
The decoupling even cleaner and more data-driven. Instead of systems needing direct references to each other, you create an event channel SO asset. It's basically just a container for a C# event delegate. When the director picks an event, it doesn't call the spawner directly. It finds the appropriate event channel SO, like gameplay event channel SO, and calls a raise event function on it, passing along the chosen game event SO data. Any other system in the game spawner music UI that cares about that type of event simply needs a little script that registers its own function with that same event channel SO asset.
So the SO acts as this central post office.
Exactly. The director drops off the mail, the event data, and anyone interested picks it up. No direct dependencies, super maintainable, super scalable. It's elegant, data-driven design.
Okay, section 6. Implementation case studies. Let's see this in action. This is where the theory meets practice. Show us how tweaking those SOs, the considerations, curves, and profiles results in totally different player experiences, all using the same core C# code.
Right, the same engine, just different data configurations. Let's look at case study 1, the Chronicler of Yova. The goal here is a structured, predictable, almost classic RPG feel, chapter-like progression.
Predictable means deterministic logic, right?
Yep. The Chronicler's director profile SO is set to use top score logic. Pick the highest scoring event, no randomness. Its pacing is heavily influenced by a time since last threat consideration, and the key is the response curve on this consideration. It's a sharp step function curve. It outputs 0 utility for, say, exactly 5 days after a threat, then jumps instantly to 1 on day 6.
Enforcing strict cooldowns.
Absolutely strict, non-negotiable cooldowns. Gives the player breathing room, time to prepare. Then for challenge scaling, it relies on party power consideration using a very gentle, smooth, linear curve. As the player gets stronger bit by bit, the utility score for slightly harder threats increases bit by bit. The result: a smooth, predictable progression. Difficulty ramps up steadily. Major events happen at expected intervals. It feels like a traditional, well-paced JRPG campaign managed by a fair GM.
Okay, now for the opposite. Case study 2. The Agent of Chaos. This is for that wild, unpredictable roguelike experience like Alona. High stakes, crazy stories.
Total opposite philosophy. This director profile ESO uses weighted random from scores logic. It calculates scores like normal, but then uses those scores as probabilities for a random pick. Higher score means higher chance, but anything is possible. The core driver here is often a random noise consideration. For every event, every time it's evaluated, this consideration just returns a slightly random value. It injects fundamental unpredictability into the base score calculation.
Sounds like you could just spiral into pure noise, though, or frustrating repetition.
Needs guardrails, that's critical. You need controlled chaos. So you absolutely use vetoes. An event cooldown consideration with a 0 output curve for a short period after an event fires prevents the same annoying thing happening 5 times in a row. But the most important guardrail is often the max time since threat consideration. This one uses that exponential curve we talked about earlier. It stays low for a long time, letting the randomness play out. But if too much in-game time passes without any real threat, because the random rolls kept picking peaceful stuff, this curve shoots up dramatically. The utility score for some kind of threat eventually gets so high it overcomes the random noise, ensuring the game doesn't just stagnate in boring peace forever. It forces something interesting to happen eventually.
So the experience.
Wild,
Yeah.
unpredictable. You get those amazing emergent stories, but the guardrails prevent it from being purely frustrating or boring. Epic highs, devastating lows, but always moving forward.
And the third style, case study 3, the survivalist's trial. This one sounds adaptive, reactive, focused on resource management, maybe like a hardcore survival game.
Exactly. Less about grand narrative, more about the visceral loop of scarcity and abundance. This director profile uses top score logic again for predictability, but its decisions are almost entirely driven by one composite metric: party well-being consideration. This combines current health, hunger, fatigue, maybe even warmth or sanity across the whole party.
And the trick is how it uses curves differently for threats versus opportunities.
That's the key insight. For threat events, monster attacks, disease outbreaks, resource spoilage, it uses a sharply inverted curve based on party well-being. So when the party is doing poorly, well-being is low, meaning the input score to the curve is high. The utility score for triggering a threat drops to 0. The director automatically, mercifully backs off when you're already on the ropes.
But for helpful things.
For opportunity events, finding food, a source of clean water, a helpful NPC, it uses a normal curve on party well-being. When the party is struggling, well-being is low, the utility score for helpful events spikes towards 1. The director is explicitly programmed to throw you a bone precisely when you need it most.
So the feeling isn't necessarily a story being told, but more like the environment itself responding.
Exactly. It creates this really visceral, fair-feeling survival loop. When you're doing well, managing resources effectively, well-being is high, the director turns up the heat with threats. The moment you start to falter, supplies run low, health drops. The director eases the pressure and increases the chance of a lucky break. It's managing that tension between scarcity and abundance. making the player feel like they could just pull through if they play smart. But the world is dynamically pushing back or offering help based on their current state. Very engaging for survival fans.
Amazing how different those feel, all from data changes. Okay, let's wrap up.
Yeah, to bring it all together, the success of these emergent AI directors, especially in huge sandbox games, really comes down to integrating those four pillars we talked about. You need the story first philosophy, the layered macro micro pacing, that robust data driven architecture using things like scriptable objects, and underpinning the decision making, the power, and tunability of utility AI. It's the whole package.
And the big takeaway for you listening, I think, is that this feeling of intelligence, of the game having intention, it's engineered, it's crafted through clever data design, tweaking those curves, setting up those SOs, not through some mysterious black box AI. It's the design discipline.
And that leads to maybe a final thought to chew on. This single utility AI framework, because it can be configured through data to emulate all these different styles, scheduled, chaotic, reactive, and edge, it means developers aren't building multiple complex systems. They're building one flexible simulation engine, and then they're just writing different rule sets, different personalities using data. That unified data driven approach feels like the sustainable path forward for creating truly deep emergent narrative experiences in games.
So, yeah, I kind of want to work on that now. So I'm building a design document report, and then I'm going to feed that to deep research. Have it. Maybe I might do a deep research, but I may just. It depends on how good the design document is here. Then I'm going to get my project plan, and since I'm going to build this in isolation, I may have the agents do it, and then I can kind of hammer through it real fast. I meant to convert because so I can basically get info or notes on each section of the mind map. I meant to convert those to sources and then create the report, but we'll see what happens. I'm gonna grab a drink. This is an exciting part or a feature or whatever, especially the way I'm going to come at it. I'm going to build it out, and I don't need to worry too much about it being intertwined with everything else right now. I can build it out, have it do its events that everyone can subscribe to, and then I can get all the scriptable data objects built. And then once I'm through it, and I have my scriptable data objects, I'm going to do what you've seen me with the map or local map gen and the biome details. I'm going to build some editor scripts and windows and tools in Unity that I can quickly build out the scriptable objects and basically like the first pass of the objects is usually where I start. Like I want to generate a bunch of them so I can test the system. And then as I kind of feel my way through that, I may create a more intelligent edit or populator or AI director setup or whatever you want to call it. That and then also have it be able to quickly, when I get a new idea for something the AI director would do, I can quickly build out the scriptable objects that are around that idea into the game. So my production pipelines are quick. Like I'm not, for the most part, I have not been right-clicking, creating scriptable objects and like punching in all the stuff. I kind of highlighted what I wanted and like a list of things that I wanted, and then I have an editor script that does creates the files, puts them in the Unity folder, the right folders, and populates them, and then I can just start tweaking them and adjusting them. So it saves a lot of time in Unity because when you create files, it recompiles. when you tweak stuff, it doesn't recompile, but you gotta like, it's a lot slower workflow. And that's why I create these editor scripts that kind of help me quickly build the scriptable objects, create a base set of scriptable objects, uh, and an editor to allow me to add new uh, data to the whatever the system is whenever I with minimal inputs, and then I can quickly kind of take like a list and pump it through that and get it into the project without all the clicking, moving, dragging, and then recompiling every time I create a new thing. And it's huge, especially for the when it comes to the production and like designing and polishing and expanding out these systems. I have tools and editor scripts and ways of simplifying that work right out, and I start with that out the gate, and it's gonna pay off in spades. It's already paying off, just like you saw with the biomes and stuff. I took a whole 99 different 3D models that were related to my temperate forest biome, instantly put it into my procedural generator, and had a system to pump that into the scriptable object data. And it even has categorization. So, like, if it has keywords for trees, so trees will automatically get set up the best way for trees. Rocks get set up a certain way. Uh, ground coverage, like sticks, bushes, leaves, has a certain setup. And then what doesn't fall into any of those categories has the default setup, and then I can go tweak them. And then I've created tools to quickly copy that data out, analyze that data, and allow me to make actionable fucking decisions fast. Just like you saw, also like the buttons to analyze the fertility and vegetation of the map data, and the copying of the categorization settings, and the copying of the tallying up and of all the objects that got spawned, so I could see, well, this category of item is barely spawning. This one's spawning way too fucking much, and I can dial in those biomes and those procedural map settings so fucking fast. And now, like other procedural like map makers and shit that I've used, like Gaia, Gina, a bunch of other ones. Like when I'm creating a new biome, I gotta dick with all the settings. There's no fucking way to easily, quickly make it or tweak it or analyze it. I mean, there are tools there, but I think this workflow kind of trumps them because I don't know. Like I said, I kind of was quickly able to dial in the biome, and I bet you I'll be able to get through the tundra biome, the desert biome, the air truck, all these other biomes in record time. What'll take longest is finding the assets and getting the assets into the project that I want for the production state of these biomes. Because now I have the tools to just set up and really tune a biome's procedural generation and how every single prop spawns into that biome, and how much it spawns. Oh God, it's so fucking cool. I'm really happy about that. Let's look at this design document. Do, 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 do. Comparative analysis. Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yes. Love it. What I don't like is I wish there should be an export for this guy to put it in a source. I just copy it all. but I'd rather. Let me put up all this food. Man, that was so good, dude. Like, I wish I could eat the rice because there's just a shitload of rice left, but I got a few granules of rice as I was eating it. So, like, if I mean, yeah, and it's not, my blood sugar is not spiked. So, you know, I think that's how I can enjoy rice is just a little bit and then tons of vegetables and the meat. And then I kind of just by accident get rice on a few bites here and there. I'm trying to think of ways to accept not being able to eat pasta and rice and shit. Or get a little bit of it in my life. A little bit of joy. So I gotta get creative. Like it's a whole lifestyle change. But I don't wanna be on I don't want to be on insulin. I don't want to be on all this shit. So if I just change my lifestyle and I eat better constantly, I don't have to be. Like and I can probably reverse some of it. So yeah, I'm being good. And I actually am, dude. Like the last 30 days, fucking soldier. Doing so well. Like I think I've got this down too, because it's really those first days. Or well it's been longer than 30 days I've been dealing with this, but I've really kind of locked in recently. And I am very confident in myself about continuing to be locked in. So all right. I think we're gonna actually build out the AI director system. So I'm gonna feed this into deep research because the design reports doesn't really map out all of the stuff I need. And then from deep research, I'm gonna go create the project plan, and then I'm gonna use Copilot agents to hammer out all the classes real fast. So that whole complex system you just heard them talking about, I'm gonna speed run that shit. All right, let's build an AI director system. Motherfuckers, let's go. Let me put this in the mini fridge, and then I will be right back. Actually, let me get the deep research report going. Cool. I throw away the red sauce. It hits like a goddamn Mack truck. A little too hot. Oh, gotta hit the start. Alrighty. Oh, that was 10:40. God darn it! I'm gonna go to bed at 12:30. Right? That's what I'm gonna do. So that gives me 12:40. So that gives me 2 hours. Let's see what we can do in 2 hours for this complex AI director system mimicked from Rimworld and Elin. And the project plan again is from all the research and kind of stuff that I've fleshed out and the pre-planning, right? So I've been thinking through this thing, and now it's time to do or make or create the project plan and take actionable steps to complete it. Mama didn't raise no slow poke. Well, that's finishing. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and do some other shit. Creating your report. Good. About time. No, I love you, Gemini. I do. I love you. You a G, Gemini. You a G. I'm pivoting again from farming. I'll finish farming, I swear. Farming's really big, crucial part, but it's also one of the. It's a complicated part, just because of all the. It's actually implementing a lot of the AI or the NPCs um, goals and functionality, and then also all the being able to see it in the world and all that crap. So, introduction from blueprint to reality. So let's go ahead and export you. Let's create a web page of it. It's fun. You can create infographics. You can create audio overviews like we just listened to. So I'm not gonna waste my time with that. Tailwind.css. No SVG graphics used. No Mermaid.js used. Mermaid.js. 2 hours. Well, it's about to be 11. We'll call it 11. This thing fails to render. Usually it gives you a preview of it, but if it doesn't give you a preview, just drop it in Notepad. Save it as something. Just put it as an HTML document. So here I'm going to do AI Director HTML. And then right click here. And you can do Open with Default Viewer. There we go. Got a nice little web page off of that research. Phase 1, the core systems. It's going to take from 10.5 to 10.24 to make the core systems. It's going to take 10.26 to 11.21 to do the data framework and pacing. The utility AI and decision making, that's going to run from then to December 19th. Ooh, phase 4, content implementation, that's going to be that's going to end in at the end of January 1/30/2026, and we will be done with this in 2/27/2026. That's how it's going to happen. It's not going to happen here in like a day, I swear. Most of this is about to happen real fast. Really, where all the time is going to go is not building the system, it's the polish and the testing. So I think the content implementation and the testing and integration, this is the meat and potatoes. All of this I can get through fast as fuck. Now, this step and this one may highlight things that need to be added on here, but again, this workflow is so fucking amazing, dude. It's crazy. The story generator paradigm, the 4 pillars. Central. Just dump these real fast. That's all I care about. The AI director about to drop. If you know what I mean. Is this the... Yeah, it is. Alright, let's get cracking. We need a fresh window. Fresh chat for this. No, wait. Yeah. So since I'm gonna use agents, what I'm gonna do is reference this document, and then I'm gonna say, give me a co-pilot friendly format for this project plan to work with the agents. And then I'm going to use Canvas to make it. So this will basically, because I can't dump in that whole research doc into the Visual Studio integration of Copilot and the agents. It's gonna, it's gonna be harder for it to kind of digest. Whereas Gemini has got such a large fucking context window, you could dump a novel in it pretty much. No emojis, no extra fluff, you dumbass. Dummy. And I hate when it does this. If you're gonna write out those bits, just do it in that step, right? Don't add it to do for it to come back into do. There's no point in circling back and then adding those later. forward to the decoupled event bus. Generic channel SOT. Oh, we're going to be using temp generics and temp language. Note on decoupling text. Static analysis final references won't work across channels. This means robust runtime debugging tools face a mandatory requirement from the start, not an afterthought. I like that. Decoupling tax. I've never heard that before, but that is brilliant. And it is like if the system doesn't know about anything else, you can't inherently make those connections. Well, you can find references to all those event buses. Or I guess since they're generics, it's going to be harder to track. But you're going to find classes that have subscribed to those events, and you're going to be able to kind of drive it. I mean, it's not like, oh, whatever. But broadcaster scene, create a listener scene with an event listener that prints a console message upon receiving the event, confirm the signal passes from the broadcaster to the listener. Sensory and next architect the utility data. Okay. So I'm going to give it this. Actually, I'm going to give it just phase one. I'm going to keep it real. All right, Copilot. Actually, let's check in. Okay. Nice. We're checked in. I'm going to do, just because before agents, I typically will just do a file copy backup too. Just, I don't know, just to be safe. Just to be safe. You can't be safe enough. Come on, man. Oh my gosh, this keyboard. I'm still getting used to this keyboard, man. Will you fucking close? B4 AI director. Directors. That's building one. Would you like to pin YouTube? Get the hell out of here. Alright. So here's our file copy going off. Again, it's just a silly extra precaution. I don't really need to do this. But if it's kind of nice too, because well, it's nice because I can't point the AI is at the certain commit hit like a section of the code in history and the Git repo because it'll try to take everything, including the assets, and it won't be like, oh, it's too big, which sucks. I could use Unity addressables to separate the assets from the game. So all the assets, like the actual content, textures, models, all that is loaded via addressables. So I could keep those in a separate place, and the Git repo stays light, and it's just code and little files, so it can be ingested. But no, I'm not doing all that. This workflow's been working fine. I'm not gonna worry about that. Come on, copy faster. Bayo Musta. What? Why in the fuck does it think all these are new? Hold on. What did I do? Why in the hell did it do that? Let's go to weight manager. I don't know what the fuck that's about, but I think it's okay. I did not make any changes, but it's like it's out of sync. I think I need to cool down. Let me. Just to be. I'm sure there's nothing wrong, but it's just weird that it's acting like there's suddenly shit after a fresh chicken. Slowing it down, dog. Okay. For some reason, the line endings. That makes sense. All right, let's go to work. Property. We're good to go. I should go to bed, but I'm not going to. Because I know I can get through this. At least have the bones there. Man, beat up. Now we are going to undo. Closing this bitch. Oh, holy fuck. I was having a heart attack, man. Holy fuck. Scripts got dragged into prefabs. I was like, where the fuck are all my scripts? Oh, god damn, that scared me. How did that happen? I must have accidentally dragged when I was. Oh man, I was freaking out. I was like, nothing. No, what? No, 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 no. We're gonna create a folder in AI. God, that freaked me out for a second, for real. I got my head like on sideways here. That's how flustered I got. I usually wear a ball cap, but I'm enjoying my river hat more than a ball cap for sure. And plus, I'm just ready to go canoeing when I get home. Hopefully, by the time I get home, the leaves are falling and it's really folly, and then I can enjoy a canoe trip down the river. No crazy errors. Everybody still got their references. Alrighty. Business as usual. God, I was having a mini fucking heart attack. Everything backed up and shit, but it did not make any sense why all that shit was gone. Holy fuck, it made the scenes? No. What? No way. That can't be right. That's cool if so. This scene will include a listener. Yeah, I don't like that. But whatever. I think that's gonna be okay. I it's definitely not right. I can delete them. All right, so it's created. Let's just go through. It created the event, game event SO. It created the director profile SO. Pacing settings, placeholder for SMS config, placeholder for configuration data, threat calculator placeholder. So I probably should give the whole project plan. That's why it's doing these placeholders. It's fine though. It's fine. Event SO, event raise event, generic, event listener generic, and then these Unity scenes, which that's so weird. That's so Raven. All right, phase one's probably done, but let's go see how Unity reacts to it making those scenes. I think it'll be fine. Or not. File may be corrupted. Yeah, that's what I figured. So I'm just gonna delete those. I didn't want. Or I'm gonna make sure there's no instructions about creating scenes. And I don't understand why it has two scenes. I need to go read through that, but whatever. I think the broadcaster scene will contain the AI director, and it will be a sub scene that is always in existence. Maybe is my best guess there. But I'll keep with the plan for a bit here. All right, so that's phase one. Phase two. Do I want to integration milestone? Create the test script that pulls a value from the game state monitor, and the value crosses a threshold. The script should invoke. And with a test event, validation confirms the event is broadcast and caught by the test listener from phase one. I don't really care about doing this step. I may do it just to. But I'm probably going to continue on to three. Create new dedicated testing. The scene will need to place the following instance of this, that. A listener object attached to the event listener. Create a test SO. Test threat channel. Assign the channel to the event listener's channel slot and inspector. Wire a tester game up attached to the test script from milestone 2-3 to this object. State monitor like player stress. In the inspector for the script, you need to add a reference to the event execution system of a test event. SO minor bandit attack. Make sure the minor bandit attack is configured and set to the test threat channel. Test the procedure. Validate verification. Whatever, we'll do it. We're going to use the broadcaster scene. See? Don't be mean. I'll put this over on the screen so I can see it. game state monitor and instance event execution system. Event listener.cs. Ooh. I don't know why I put generic on the name. Oh. Yep, okay, I know why. I don't even ask the AI. This should not say generic. Or it should say. So, it's because it's a template or a generic. I really haven't used generics too much with Unity. I have before and it worked, but not for here. Not for this. Doing what you say, but I don't know what you do. Did you? Wait a minute. Generics are stupid sometimes. You know what I mean? I don't understand. That's why I avoid generics. I just, especially if it's weird, Unity doesn't like them out the box. Is you can't attach them as components. It's weird. And now I've got a scriptable object that I cannot actually make. It just got lost in the wind. Oh, okay. lazy. From the function drop down, select debug logger. All right, we're gonna get there one way or another. I'll tell you what. Copilot agents failed me again. Creating some bullshit. I could have let them work through it, but fuck that. I think I've got it. It's working. I'll say that much. Probably shouldn't fire off that much, but I'm sure that'll get panned out. Plus, it's not because every tick over 50, it's like boom, event. Oh wait, I didn't. I just got lost in the wind. Why did I? My phase 1 and 2 are pretty much done, except for this weirdness. And 2, I want to see where's this green they're talking about. So now I guess it's gonna do it. So I'm gonna have it update the Copilot instructions to with all this void shit because I don't even know if I'm gonna use agents. I'm just gonna keep hammering through this. I swear I saw something about reset. All right, phase 3. Here we come. Need to make that slider bigger. It's so tiny. All right, whatever. We're done. Update the project plan. Phase 3 of, I can't remember how many phases it was. Phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, 6. 6 phases. And we'll probably get through them all. I'm starting to lose my YouTube crap. I'm about to lose it to, wait, it's almost 12? It is, it is. Phase 3 is a go. Ready, Freddy. How's it gonna not add the shit? Silly goose. You made an enum, a brand new enum, and then you referenced that enum, but you referenced values that aren't there yet. Dummy. Big ballin'. Ready to proceed. Alright, now the curve is implemented and the modeling can proceed. According to the plan 3, the next step is update the game's S data so we need model so that each game event can hold a list of them. So we just create it. Okay. Game event is so. Is that so? Update that. The key change is the addition of the public list considerations and the new score method. The score method iterates through all the attached considerations, multiplies their individual scores, and gets even. With this in place, we're now one step closer to having a complete scoring system. Let me know when you're ready to tackle the final part of 3. I'm ready. My body is ready. All right. That's enough. I need to go to bed. It's 12:02. It's 12:02 and we've gotten through. It's 12:02 and we've gotten through phase 3 phases. I could go on. What did I say? I said 12:40. I could have it done by 12:40. Well, whatever. All right, the script. Look at all the defined and so you score. Choose the event. Use the event execution system to fire the event. The script ties everything we've built so far together into a cohesive decision-making loop. This script is the engine. With the completion of the script, phase 3 is now finished. Give me the updated project plan. Phase 4. I'm going to get through this bitch. That way I have the bones of my AI director and then I can just have it kind of working. Include all phases. I want to export to the docs and then I have it ready to go. I am going to call it. I got to get up for work. I love y'all. Have a good night. After this, I'm not going to do phase 4. I freaking love it, dude. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Oh, that's a large poo. Sewer was blocked by a large poo for Winnie the Pooh Bear. Oh. Export to docs. All right, sweet dreams. Oops, I didn't mean to lock it. See you guys later. I will continue this tomorrow. Peace. Yeah.